You guys able to see it?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Excellent. Figured we'll do a stock scan. Some stuff maybe that's worth looking at. Switch. All right. So as you guys know, I use Keltner channels that are custom. Not sure who's new or not, but basically I use that to figure out what is my opportunities for the equities market. I've been doing this for a while, and it has pretty decent results. You come back and review it, right? In terms of returns on individuals and sometimes ETFs, it depends what it is, right? But you can definitely find some decent gems and long-term hold. I think it can pay pretty nicely, right? So Keltner channels are nothing more than let's say average true range, but then there's a little bit of more logic in mind that I use, corporate volume profile, and some other logic that help us determine if they're closed or open. In terms of the clouds, the top or the bottom being open, that's fairly important. And then if we have the support, for instance, like let's say this stock right here, whatever we're looking at on ESAB, is anyone using TOS here?
I only use it for to check the full send indicators, but not to trade.
Okay. Well, there's a cool feature that they have. So if you click on customize, if you're running scans, you can do the send to. So if you type in send, you can choose the colors and then you can link that right now in the stock scan directly to the charts. So now if I click on BLDR, I'll just kind of bring it up here, and now we have a full chart here as well. So it's kind of neat. If you're not using it, that's fine, but it's actually a pretty good platform. A little bit outdated, but I enjoy it. All right, so let's take a look. And I filter it down by the sector, and I look at the equities. I don't really care about too much. I do a little bit more diligence on the side when I identify the stocks. Then we go basically, I look at their financials, see if there's anything unusual, like are they in lawsuits or why. But for instance, this stock here, the first one, I'm gonna go G just because some of you guys might have NOG. Uh, if we can catch this NOG anywhere close to this 19 level, this is still a buy. So I would continue looking at this and see if we can continue adding this. If it dips somewhere closer to 15, this would be excellent. I'd look to add more. I think it has a good potential here. So next one, I'm not going to go through all of them. I just go typically through the ones that I know, and then if you guys have international paper, this one seems to be. Let me see what this. They make paper. No, fiber-based packaging. Holy shit, they make a lot of money. Wow. Well, I think this is a good company, guys. So, I mean, it has dividends about 5%. This looks very good. Put this one on the list. 614. I mean, this is not bad. If we can get 31, 34, guys, this is anywhere here is pretty solid. I'll look to actually add this on Monday. This one also looked very good. Builder. This one bounced perfectly, guys. Take a look at this. Take a look at this volume node and where it hit. Right on the money. I think this is the bottom for this guy. I mean, if they're off for 44, that'd be great, but that's a 50% drawdown. Put this one on a watch. Yes, the SPX the reverse 3 bear ETF in April. I went to about around 5. Interesting. Oh, is this the dividends? It's not making money. Not enough. It's the ticker for waste management.
WM.
Too far. If you can go 150 on this, if you ever get a chance to buy it at 150, that's pretty good. Long-term hold. And this is consistent dividends, government contracts all over. $25 billion revenue. This one out. It's a home builder, Lenore. Yeah. Is anyone in Chipotle?
Yeah, I still have some shares.
Yeah, I'm still in it. Looks solid. Check it. And Chipotle looks pretty good, like it's going to have a bounce here. And it has a very nice bullish engulfing candle on the weekly. This looks solid, guys. Last time we got this 29, that was the entry. This looks like it's going to be ready to go probably to 40s, 50s here. It's not a bad return. Here. About 40% you can catch. It's pretty good. This plays good. This one found some support. Just don't believe in that type of all the AI stuff. Dropped it. 1,000 there. Very good. Quarterly mid. Very expensive. This one looks very interesting. Melly. Most likely we're going to see 2,100, so $500 a share from here. All these retailers are hurting. Let's see, I remember this. This company is doing pretty good financially.
They are the parent company of Temu.
Oh, they are?
It looks like it as per this description from his stock analysis.
Yeah, we looked at it a while back. It was in our list when it was $34, then it pumped to 200 something.
Right. I mean, it
Wow,
looks pretty good here. And you can manage your stop loss, not bad here. Because, I mean, the revenue looks solid. Like, look at the revenue.
Something strange is going on with this company, in my opinion. It pumps and dumps.
I mean, look at this. I mean, from 2021 to now, you basically doubled your revenue. No, I agree. Something seems maybe a little fishy. Check something. They're actually at a decent spot. They could really go to 37 from here.
I'm waiting on that on entry as well. It's no point
37?
buying it. 34 or below.
That's what it looks like. I don't know if I'm up. Because I don't know how it goes to like 200 and then takes a beating to 70 all of a sudden.
We scanned it a while back, and there was some insider buying or something. There was a huge move, and after that, it popped big time.
Hey, Shorty, do you see the difference in quarterly revenue? Like it's huge, right?
Yeah,
From
something's wrong.
123K to 106.
Yeah. I'll have to scan there. They're growing at like $3 billion a year. Like, what are you selling?
I think they're trying to be Amazon of Southeast Asia. It's based out of Singapore.
Yeah. Melly's, Melly's, I think, somewhere in there too in Latam. I don't know if anyone has Clorox. I do have Clorox. Not a bad ad.
Yeah, I'm in red.
I'm too, but this is solid company. I don't. Their dividends almost like 5%, man. I think it's like $5 a share.
Yeah, but their last quarter was horrible, even though their site has competition and or whatnot.
What did they say in their earnings?
The earnings is positive, but they also say it's competition that's hurting their earnings. That's why it tanked first at 90s, then it went down to 84.
I like the candle here that it's forming now. Motley. I think once it clears 104, we're probably going to start a cycle up. I think their sales were down 1%. They're changing their ERP systems. And they have a new CEO. DCF fair value is close to 172. I think this is not bad, honestly, especially once they figure out this inventory issue that they're having.
This one was a good buy a couple of weeks ago.
I think this one's going to fly. The one that we looked at before, I think. Oh, this looks like a pretty good setup, guys. You see what they did here? Look at the low on this weekly candle. Might be a good low here. Check this one. They do have room to go down more. Down more is right around here, 48. I don't like many. Look at this, 350, and now it's at $30. This stock's still alive. First business that should go out with the AI. That's seems like a bullshit company. Holy shit, Roblox went to 150 after the whole thing with the. This is all the money. It's getting clout. What's that Thomson Reuters here looks trades them. This one looks somewhat interesting, guys. Not big in buying consulting company. UPS I still have. I think UPS is gonna be gone soon, guys. I think it's gonna be 150s. We're gonna have a run soon. Ultimately 200s. UPS. Orders from the mountain bottom, basically to the top, 100%. Lulu's in trouble.
What's quarters? That baby stuff?
Yeah. Baby.
Yeah.
Nike still looks okay here, but they need to hold this area. They need to get out of here. Go towards 64, and then we can actually look to get out. Pizza, still have it. It'll be interesting to see once we're able to clear this. Can we hit this? This was the monthly top on one of the news on Apollo takeover. GPC, you guys remember GPC from the last stock scan? Pretty sure we had it on our list. You guys remember that was one of our stronger buys. GPC. Looks like it's going to go to about 144 here soon. 40%. We might actually see a run here on KHC. Is anyone still in? I think Ashley has religiously been adding to KHC.
Yeah, I'm in.
She as well. What else we talking about? Adobe just keeps taking a hit after a hit. I'm glad I took the loss on this one. It's just getting decimated. To you from $800 to $276.
What happened to them?
Well, I think they had a crazy run. They went from like hundreds, but it's coming up to a level that I don't think. So here's basically a POC from 18 to here, and look where we are.
Is
And
it
people are
because AI is going to eat their business?
I think it can, right? People are gonna. It's just whenever you deal with regulatory government stuff, it's a little complicated for me, at least. I mean, their business is growing double digits. Honestly, I think this is not a bad ad here. All-time POC at like 260. This is a pretty good ad.
The other reason was their big revenue is in the tax season, so people didn't want to wait a year.
For revenue or for what?
Yeah, even though they have quarterly earnings, this one's kind of different from other companies.
Seems like it accumulates in like Q4, Q3, and then it starts to run up like here. You see, like from April till like about September, it was just kind of consolidating, and then started a leg up. I don't know. I think this spot here is pretty good. And then they, this LVN, which we'll cover here in a this has a chance, right? LVNs or sticky points. They're an opportunity where you can find some stuff on defense, right? I think we might be able to find something here with INTU. I'll keep an eye on this. I'm actually going to put some alerts. I like this one. Even some of the Workday. Did anyone get into Workday when we had it pretty low here? 116, 115 from last, and then I had a massive run. Pretty good run on that. Sure. Wrong with this company. All right. What about any other requests from you guys? Any stocks you guys are watching? Or
You take a look at Meta.
looks like it's at about 502. I think last time we talked about this being a good short. Let's see, it's an excellent short on Meta. So I think we're going to go 506 to 500. Still pretty valid.
Said they're gonna raise some money, dilute shareholders.
No, that's
So
typically a sell off at some point.
right.
I think we can target probably 500. 423s on it. To be fair, because it completed a monthly top here, and go back at least 500. I think 500 puts might not be bad. Actually, gonna take a look at those myself.
Shorty, can you check a Starbucks?
Mm-hmm. Starbucks had a little run a few days ago. So now I just reclaimed the mid. So losing this sets us up for the monthly bottom again. They can go to 113, but I don't. They're gonna break this. If it comes to 113, I'll probably add to my position and then see if I can catch this. Just move from here. Apple looks pretty dangerous here. If it does lose this, Apple opens up the gate. They'll have this quarterly top, but at least 250, and then ultimately 200 would complete the whole deal. That's doable. Netflix, I think we looked at it already a little bit. I don't see anything. It's at the monthly bottom now, but I think it has opportunity to dip a little bit lower, probably about 65s. But it looks like volume's dying here. If you guys pay attention to this and this. It's
Does
this.
that mean anything, Shorty?
Oh yeah, it means there's not much selling volume here. So if they're to sweep the 75, and let's say they reclaim it, that might be a good long on Netflix. I just haven't checked their financials in a very long time. I know they had this crazy run right from before the split. Let's check something. Yeah, that would be the ideal scenario on it. Oxy's pretty much getting ready here now. If they can go from here and if they can reclaim this maybe 63-ish, they're setting up for a run. Here's your light crude. So it went to the quarterly top at 115, failed. So most likely going to 70. So you could see a pump in the market here soon. Looks like gold is going to come down. Looks like gold's going to go down as well. Right here, about 3,400. Which makes you spy. So they will have to lose 7,100 to start below 7,100, like right here. The down cycle starts. When I say down, this will be on a monthly level, right? You'll be putting in lower lows from prior month. You have an inside month now. Then you'll be basically targeting about 5,900 once you lose 71.20-ish. These look stronger. Right? Any other tickers from anyone?
Can you please check CRCL?
Oh, circle, yeah. This one you have to go on. I think it's going to give you an entry probably tomorrow. This is the area they're going to come and defend. So I think anywhere at 74, 73 and the reclaim of this LVN and this POC sets it up then for another. If it's here, great. I'm thinking we're going to go to this purple very soon. Coming up to an entry, and then they have this little gap that we. There. So anywhere close to 70 would be a great entry on it.
Okay. And will that be like good to play long as well, like options?
Yeah, I think options wise, what are we in 26? I'll probably look like January 28 200s.
Okay.
And see, because that would be, in terms of price, you're looking at something like this, right? So you would need 200% move in 2 years, but I mean, it just did half of that move in a couple of days.
Yeah, when it moves,
Oh,
it moves
15.
really fast.
Yeah, so I think it's not bad. I'm gonna take a look at these options as well, actually. I think it can do it. It just needs one legislation to go through, and then it can.
Yeah, then the sky's the limit, essentially.
Circle's good. INTC had a decent run on Friday. I'm not adding to position. I can't add any more until I have a lot of intel. But I think 139 right now, and then we have 200 coming up fairly after. So if you have it, keep holding it. I think Intel is setting up for something crazy. And I know this might sound like, hey, Shorty, you're an idiot, but we're at all-time highs, guys. We are at all-time highs, and Intel is doing some interesting things, and the CEO is bringing some different partnerships not done before. I think it has a lot of potential. I think it can do something crazy worse than SNDK. I think it can do something similar. If you guys have even 1,000 shares, that'll be perfect. Enphase, I don't have anything left on Enphase, guys. I'm all out on Enphase, right? So they came back, right? They came back to where they struggled before. This was our level. You guys remember this level here? That says explode above. We're right at it. So I sold a lot of it basically here, and then sold off there $20 a share. So now it has a good opportunity. If it falls here, then most likely it's going to go about 50s, and then I think about 44. But I'm not in it anymore. From 30 to about 70s was pretty good. No position.
Are you still in AMC?
Yeah, I am. AMC hit like 230s, 220s. Yeah, so you guys should be up on those options. If you guys played AMC options, I don't know if you guys took shares or options, but I think last time I checked it was 20 plus, 30 plus. So I'm thinking we're gonna hit $3, reject here, come back to about 2, maybe even 155, and then look for some craziness happening here to take us to the $5-6. I think it's doable.
Did you sell NWL or still full
No,
position?
no, still position. This one still has a lot of room to go, man. This one's probably going to go to the 650, so it should be basically, if it hits 660, that's your double. If you got the 327 entry, right, that would be what, 654. I think that would be a decent opportunity. There's a little LVN here. Target this guy right here. I think you can target this soon.
Okay.
If you look here,
Nice.
you see the LVN now clearly.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Yeah,
going to target this one. Typically, when you have HVNs and LVNs, I will cover that here next. And price tends to stick and be really boring in these high volume nodes. And that's what we're seeing right now. Those LVNs become pretty good magnets for them to target. So now they're trying to clean up these little ones, and you see how they went through that one. 4, now they hold this one, they're going to go to 5, they're going to reject there, most likely come back to 5, and then they have an opportunity. Ultimately, if you're patient enough, you could wait for 15, 20, you could definitely achieve this. It should be 5x for most of us.
yeah. Thank you.
All right, well, if nobody's got questions, I'm going to take a 5-minute break just to refill on the water, and then we'll start volume profile training. I'll be back in, let's say about, let's start at 12:40, 7 minutes. Be back. I'll keep this on.
For shorty.
Alrighty, hello. I'm back. Just around the table, is there anyone that hasn't used volume profile, doesn't really understand it?
I've used it, so I understand it. I don't think anybody had an issue with it.
Where's the biggest struggle for a lot of you guys in volume profile? Because I think if a lot of us know what value area high and lows are, maybe not worth spending time on it, right?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, I get value or high, low, all that stuff, but all those little LVNs you see, and like I always struggle with where's it going to bounce, or where's it going to reject based on like all the little. I mean, I understand POC, and I understand. I don't know if I'm asking the question right or not, but
Okay.
I get lost in the kind of the middle area, if you will.
Yeah, middle area is,
Yeah.
the area where most of us probably get lost, right? It's an area where price has been accepted and it's going to explore that area, right? And you can see it, for instance, in this chart. Let's just go here.
I have the same issues, but I understand high volume nodes. Its price action's gonna linger around there, but when it comes to LVN, sometimes they go right through and sometimes they bounce.
Yep. So LVNs, I mean, when you think about the LVNs, and HVNs, I think about HVNs more like price is accepted, right? LVN is where price was disagreeing, and then when you're coming back to a retest first time of an LVN, those tend to hold. So typically, I would say, let me just change this. So typically, the LVNs will hold the first time they come back for a visit. Change. So this might be a good example. How would you guys chart something like this? Here's Tesla. I guess Cap, what would you do here? Is it a buy?
Well, for me, no. I guess I'd wait till it came down to the bottom of kind of the range it's in, which I can't really see the numbers on your screen, but it'd be the down lower than that.
Yeah, it looks like there's some support at like 130 or 140, but
It's massive.
it would take a long time to
That.
watch it drift down.
Yep. What else can you guys do here? If you see, what is
Fixturing
it?
volume profile.
So the way I see it, right? Let's say this is the prior all-time high. They peaked above it. They're building value right above it. And then let's say that this is the bottom of it. So does this give you any help? Just kind of putting the brackets around it. At least that's what I do first. Are we in a longer term bracket here? Here's your high, here's your low. We try to go above it, right? This is the candle that trapped a lot of bulls, and then you can see that this one, they're kind of the same. And I don't know if SpaceX went live or not. That has a little bit of impact on it just because of the frenzy and the retail. Typically, what I would do here is I would not buy here, but here's this, right? So if we know where they're happy, right, and I know they're happy trading in here, there's only two things that this can play out. There's two setups in volume profile world to set up. What is it?
Accept or reject.
One is you reject and you come back to a POC called POC reversion, right? You're coming back and you're just basically coming back to the fairest price. If they're to do this and let's say give you this deal on Tesla, I would consider it at this level. Now, if you, let's just take away this green zone, because I think we all know where the value is. Is there any LVNs that you would be interested? Because right now, you have
Well,
some distinctions on LVNs, right? Let me flip this so you can kind of see it.
like the 155 range, it looks like.
So yeah, I mean that one is massive. Like that one is huge in terms of split. But now you see that this price is the tighter the value or HVN. Like you see this one here. This LVN is kind of from here to here. You guys agree? This is the whole LVN here. That's how it's been built. So all the orders that are kind of coming there, that's the result and how the volume was created. So this is just telling you, right, how much traded at each price, and I can see a lot traded here in this area. But then if you zoom out, you have an LVN here that's kind of separating the price, and then you have another one. I would treat these as minis, LVNs, like here. But if you lose this one here, what does that one do for you?
You lose that, you lose value area high then, right?
Yeah, you lose value very high, and then the market. So would I treat this LVN and maybe even this one here, tiny one, same weight as this one? Probably not. Could one, let's say that you're a scalper and you want to trade something like you lose 312 here. What are the odds that you hit 244?
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, pretty good. And I will close them there. I guarantee you, it's going to eventually go here and it's going to bounce there. And then on the bottom, let's say you're short here or whatever you do. This one here is going to carry some weight. If they're to offer us, let's say, near future, something like this, then it goes, let's say, here and it loses. Model. This would be an excellent spot to add and forget. Like you just buy Tesla and you leave it for a couple of years and let it go. But this would be, this value here is being built basically just on this distribution here. So once they lose this one, they're going to go here to about 312. But they've been doing this move like in this area for some time now. If you go like on daily and look at it, you'll see how long they've been here. They hit it, they come back, they highs, they go below. We caught one of them, 385 here. They ran it, and now they're looking, can they shift this? And they start building value here again. And it'll be this distribution that's in question. But that's how I look at LVNs in terms of priority and to know which one. Would I trust and put all my money on the long here? No. No way. It would be deadly to do that. But if they come here, right, at this level at 3, well, your first instinct could be that you go long here. Because that would mean that, you look at the volume here and it's also not supporting the shift. Like this volume here, the difference between this volume and this volume is what? This is how much traded each day. This is how much traded at the specific level, right? So if you're trying to go higher, your goal is to auction higher, right? Auction theory. The question that you should ask yourselves, are they doing a good job getting there?
Looks like they're doing it on low volume.
They're doing it on low volume, which tells you what about participation?
Buyers aren't there.
Institution is not there.
Yeah.
They're not buying it out. But when you go like just zoom out a little bit, when the prices were at 20s, it just seemed like many days the price volume here, the average volume was above average. Last time it went above average is when it hit 90. And ever since, I mean, they only had 2 months since 2023 that the volume was above average. So when you combine that with the LVNs that you just saw here, you're able to make some distinctions, right? Do I trust this LVN here or not? Does that help, Cap?
Yeah.
So like this one here, I wouldn't trust it. And I would do the same thing. Let's say I look at, I'm going to go on views for a moment. Let's just go on like 5 minutes, right? So you could take a look at this, right? That it was kind of building lower value and then they disagreed on here Thursday. Let's say we grab this whole thing here and look at it. You see anything? Just focus on this. Don't look left. Just based on this, what would you want to see for a long?
Retested the POC, right?
Yeah, you have a POC and then they could do a little trap right here. So you have an LVN, you have a POC, so you could play this two ways. You could go long on this POC. I'm pretty sure they'll tap this. If you go along here, your stop is not here. Can't be because you're going to get taken out. You'll have to put your stop somewhere here. Let's say 7.11 if you get like 7.14 average, so about $3. And then you're looking to see if you can catch 7.20, which would be about 2-to-1 trade. Same setup, same idea. And then you see this tiny LVN here. And it seems like that was the runaway candle from the value that they're building here. And that was, if you zoom in a little bit, that was a pretty decent volume, right? They picked it up nicely and ran. So now when they come back, if they do come back here, there might not be a bad long just based on the 5-minute setups here. And this repeats just on the higher time frames, right? If I go on weeklies, might not be the best to use on daily trading. But now you can see potentially why we bounced where we bounced on Qs. If you look at it, this is your LVN, and look where we came. Right to it, and then ran $200 from it. And this POC will be visited soon. 600. We'll come back soon. And you see the volume on top. This is all these LVNs I would not trust much. Like this one here. They bounced off of it, but I wouldn't trust them. And that those are the eager and late buyers coming in and they're just buying every opportunity that comes their way. And necessarily I would not put my money heavier at just knowing where we are. You zoom out in 3 months and you're telling me, should I buy with everything I got at this level? And you zoom out and you're like, oh shit. Just about COVID lows, right? Here we are 172 at COVID, and now we are 720. Putting that into perspective, and then looking then at these LVNs, I would not put heavy money. Can you go long at these LVNs and treat the stop losses below? Yeah. And then you see that there's one, big one here is probably in this area. I think that would be the one that makes the most sense for a bounce, and then ideally a longer position, longer hold would be about 600. This POC where they accumulated. Because what the market's telling you with these is they accumulated here. They went to the LVN. They are disagreeing on the price. Anything lower here, they're disagreeing. They came back and then they put in higher highs. They cleaned up this accumulation here. And they went higher. So now they're going to come back to this area. They're going to come back and test that value area high in that LVN. That might be a good long. And I think that's probably going to happen sooner or later. So I think from, say, just from core vocabulary, I don't think I have to go over that unless somebody doesn't understand what value area high, low, POC, HVN, LVN. Anyone not following HVN, LVNs? Does everybody know when to use what profile when you're doing your analysis, like visible range, composites, fixed range, session, TPOs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Like, do you know the types of volume profiles? Like, what tools do you have? Like, we have a fixed range volume profile here, right? You have the SVP that we use for day to day. You have the PVP, which I use a lot by changing inputs, right?
I get confused on, I know one's for RTH and the other one's ETH. I get confused sometimes on which one to use one.
You can use, I mean, I switched honestly all of it to RTH because people were getting confused. So I just use everything RTH. If I see that we are, doing a lot of stuff and volume and weird price action during Asia or Europe, then you can definitely look at it. It doesn't hurt to check, right? So if I go here and I'm on RTH now and I switch, is it going to change drastically on the volume now? Because the RTH sessions carry the most volume, right? But you can switch and make it easier for yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I guess my understanding of that is it more beneficial when New York sessions open? Ideally, you want to be in RTH, and then during Asia, that can show
Yeah,
benefits to be
in ETH,
okay.
yeah, that's definitely. I mean,
Okay.
it depends if you're trading at that time. I used to trade, sometimes late, and then to age, I guess that goes away. So I only look at it in cash session now, for the most part. But if you guys look here, I am on monthly profile right now. Can go definitely to 4 hours. This is one of the setups that actually tend to pay pretty good. Let me make sure. SVP here. So what is the market doing here on Qs? Let's see.
Consolidating.
Consolidating at higher prices. And what I typically pay attention to when I look at monthlies or any time frame is here's your prior month, May, here's your value. We went inside, right? We dropped slightly below it. There's a little bit of gaps there. Right. We quickly rejected it, right? And where's the value placement? This is important that you guys know and to know how to read it. This will be your concept of, I would say, value migration. So is value migrating? Like you can see clearly, value was just consolidating here. And then you can find, the one inside of it. Where's the value, right? So about 629 to about 585. That was the concentration of this value where they traded. And then you have an imbalanced candle. I think the war's ending candle here shifted higher, and then the value here made higher high, higher low. And current month has a higher high and higher low, but is it what's happening to the value migration itself? Because
Yeah,
when a value shifts higher, who's in control, buyers or sellers?
buyers.
Okay. When there's overlapping or unchanged value, what does that mean for you as a buyer and a seller? Is this
Like
overlapping
short.
value?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So the rule on overlapping value and change means that we are in what type of market?
Balance.
Balance.
Balanced.
Balanced.
So now if we're in a balanced market, then now this is the critical piece. If I tell you in the balanced market and the prior month value and the current month value is here, is this a spot to go long?
No.
Oh, this is where you're expecting the rotation, right? This is where you fade the edges. Last time we came here, if you look here, I guess it was Tuesday of June 9th. I mean, it had a massive sell candle right to the value low of the prior month. So now here, let's say tomorrow they give you this setup. They go above and they lose it. And then you take this and you're like, hey, let's see what you got there. We hide this guy so you guys can see. The screen's not working out too well. Is this not doable to go from 724 to about 690 or $35 in options? And let's say your portfolio is long, wouldn't that be a pretty good hedge? And then you can definitely get to this point here about 710 and maybe trim some. But that'll be about $13 in gains or protection against your long portfolio, depends how you're looking. Is there anything else on this chart that you would pay attention to? Wow. So overlapping value, we know what that means, and this is just some facts, right? Prices are still accepting higher. How do we know? Right? What's the other piece of information that might help you if this happens tomorrow for an entry? Are we at all-time highs? That's it, right? We are. What about
Like they were consolidating and not breaking out and stacking value areas. Doesn't give you confidence.
what else do you guys see here? So we highlighted the value area highs and lows of the two, right? 2 months. Here shortly here. Here's your value area high, value area low. But what about this distribution on the top that we just talked about, similar to what we're seeing elsewhere? We're seeing a distribution here, right? There's a mini distribution there. And then you have what in between?
LVN.
LVN.
A really nice LVN that you should pay attention to. So if this happens, now think about people that are like, oh crap, breakouts. Well, tomorrow what they could do is get above this, lose this, and give you something like this that really, really happens fast. To be your final target somewhere. I would watch for this to occur tomorrow because you're going to be right at the value area, right? I would say 2 months, and then you've spent some time here and you're no longer agreeing. They're going to come back and try to knock, right? There's many ways they can go on a knock. They can go on a knock where they come here and they feel short. They could go inside, let's say maybe a gap up, because I think Trump tweeted that we're ready to sign the deal again. For the 50th time, we're signing the same deal. Maybe they go in here and then he tweets and then the round says we haven't even talked. And then they're like, oh shit, there's no deal. And then you start the cycle down. But I would watch. The key concept for me tomorrow would be here either the prices. Only two things that are going to happen here.
Accepted or rejected.
Yeah, and that's the key. If you come here and there's instant, price pressure, and you go on 30-minute candle, and that 30-minute candle has a high wick, and the body closes all the way on the bottom, that's your sign to go short. Target maybe July monthlies, and target, about 680, 685. I don't know what's their price right now, but I'm pretty sure it would work. And then what would be your stop loss? Let's say we get in here, we get in at 723. What is everybody's stop loss here?
The beginning of the LVN.
Yeah, you could go here. You could go, from here to here. So how would that look? You go, let's say you get in here, oops, and you go somewhere like this. That's not bad. That's that's a decent trade. Let's say your entry is worse. Oops, like this. That's pretty wide stop. That's pretty wide, 12 points. Let's say you keep it like this. Price goes in your favor. Would I minimize this and maybe put something like this? Yeah, just so that way, if it does turn around and wants to go against me, then I'm somewhat hedged, right? But this would be an excellent play for tomorrow, and it covers at least a couple of concepts. The value migration is very, very, very important for you guys to understand and see it. Higher value, lower value, overlapping, and there's only other component when you're doing this value migration is what? Because we were talking about directional performance and volume profile, correct? Yeah, the weather just went 360 here by my house. Like literally went from sunny to tornado. So how do you measure directional performance? How do we do that on this tool? I guess let's call it this 2 months here. I'll go to RTH so we can see the volume clearly. Bottom. How would you guys measure? Is this doing what it's supposed to be doing? Doing?
Like see if the volume picks up in the right direction.
Okay. Is
Like in
volume
this case. Yeah, like in this case, if price is going down, is the volume picking up?
that makes sense? The one is volume. What about value area placement? Why do these basically become your directional performance measures? Can somebody just try to explain each one and why?
Placement matters because if say to go higher, value areas would be stacking. They wouldn't be overlapped, so there'd be confidence that higher prices are being accepted rather than just consolidating. And the width, I would say matters because the wider the range, the harder it is going to be to break out.
Okay.
I think width also matters because it tells you if the long term are coming in, because they can only like extend the range or the value.
Yeah. What about POC?
You asking in general or in these two
In
areas?
these two or general, like when a POC migrates, how do you guys read that?
If it's going up, then the price will follow. If it's going down, same, opposite direction.
And what about like POC and like settlement price on the dailies? Like I think we've talked about this before. So when you look at POCs and where the price closed for the day, so for instance, where did this one close? Right, POC if you want to be specific, you can say close right below it, but I would say right at it, the price closed. So do you guys think the combination of value shift, meaning where's value compared to prior day value, value area placement is important, value width. So if it's a wide balance, what does that tell you?
More participation and more participation essentially.
You guys remember the bases of the lamps? If there's a lot of people participating here, typically it's very difficult to break out of that value, right? So in a wide value like this one, that would mean that we have a lot more participation, and then I would call it two-sided, right? Buyers and sellers, and a lot of orders are getting exchanged. When you have a value area that's wide, that's not an agreement on direction. That's an agreement on what?
You don't want to go higher, and you're happy just trading there, I guess.
I switched this profile on weekly. On monthlies, I would say we had our VA placement was what? Correct? Everybody agree? This was our monthly scenario. On weekly, what do you have? This is our weekly profile here. And market gave you a
Lower high,
really
lower
good
low.
clue. Really, really good clue they gave you on the 9th.
Rejected the previous 2-week balance,
Good.
and we're completely outside of it. No more overlap.
So on the weekly, does this mean what does this mean?
Change in character.
Okay.
A lower high.
Anyone else? What would you call this if we go from higher highs and higher lows to lower highs and lower lows? What does that mean?
Change of character.
Okay. This is a change of character. They're changing the auction direction. And now, let's say, last piece here is if you have a wide plus high volume, what does that mean? Wide VA. What does this mean if you have wide VA plus high volume?
Other time frame participants.
Uncertainty.
This is what I call these. When you have a wide value area plus high volume, that means you're accepting that value. And typically you wanna short the edges of it. Would that have worked out? at any point? Now that we have this value here. So if you're a bull, what do you need to clean up tomorrow on Qs? Where do you
Get
want the
inside the
price to be?
penthouse.
You want to get inside this penthouse. We need the volume to pick up. Tomorrow, we need a P-shaped profile to be immediate in A and B, and do not make a C that crashes below the B period tomorrow. Does everybody understand what I just said? I switched something for you with TPO.
So in that case, I mean, if they want a uppercase P, that would be advantageous to bulls. Maybe we would expect bounce off POC and then go. That would be
I
that wouldn't
don't,
be a
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, but you cannot have a C period tomorrow crack below the B. If it cracks below the B, that's a trap.
Mm-hmm.
And that could definitely happen tomorrow. I could see it
So
happen
Shorty,
tomorrow.
real quick I know on the type of days in our profile shapes, we always care about A, B. I guess why is there so much weight on A and B periods?
Because that's your initial balance, right? Your market gets a bunch of information. Just think about now how fast the news move across the world. Like before, like let's say 1980s, I mean, you had a yellow slip and you go buy some shares. The person in California might not know what was happening in New York. And by the time they get filled, they're like, they only paid attention back then in those box shops. You guys know how they gauged volume? Because there was only reports back then, and there was only 4 pieces of detail that you would get in the news or any stock market newsletter. You guys know what the 4 pieces of information were?
Open, close, high, low.
Yeah, open, close, high, and low. And then how would you know? Well, you guys know who Jesse Livermore is?
No.
I would suggest you guys read a book. I'll post it in chat. Really, really good book to read. Jesse Livermore was a trader that basically figured out the code back then. He engaged how fast they filled his slips in different bucket shops where he traded. So if he went to a shop and was like, "Hey, I want to short, let's say GE back then," and they're like, "Okay, you're filled," he's like, "Okay, well, there's a lot of what." If he can get quickly filled, what does that tell you? Liquidity.
Volume or liquidity is there?
Yeah, volume liquidity. Let's say back then you're like, "Man, I want to buy Cisco," and you put an order in, and they're like, "Yeah, you didn't get filled," and he's like, "Oh crap." Then you get a piece of information that tells you a lot, and you could use it to go along with you or against you, right? And that's how it's actually really, really good book. I think it's Wizards, Stock Market Wizards. I'll find that book name. He gauged to see how fast he got filled to know what could potentially happen, because everything's about pretty much volume, right? Price is a discovery tool, but volume is the one that confirms it. So VA really measures the dispersion of participation across the price, right? Total volume just would measure the amount of participation. And we need both of them, right? Without volume is just ambiguous, right? You're not going to gain anything out of it. But here, in this scenario here, the market's telling you, we have a pretty wide value area. And how do you gauge, and this is just relative, guys. This is not Shorty said this is wide. No, it's just relative. So if you look, these are prior weeks. 1 week you had, 30 points on Qs, which is, I would say, abnormal. Like I would say this is more in line, about 1.5%. And then you have this guy here that has, again, the massive one. And here's this one here. So if you're to average these out, and I'm not going to do that quickly, if you're average this out, where do you guys think the average would fall on the value areas here? I would say maybe 1.9 to 2%, just because we've had some anomalies here. If you were to do a log scale, maybe manage differently, but let's not do that. So I would say you're slightly above average here in volume and value area width, right? So this one is pretty wide. And is the volume higher here than prior weeks? Just pay attention to the bottom. Is this week here has higher volume than the weeks here?
Yep.
I mean, to me, I don't spend a lot of time. I just look and I'm like, okay, well, I have this blue line, and you can change this. It's just how you guys trade, right? You can put this here. You know, I have an MA here that you can use, right? So this one here just tells me, are we above the average or not, right? And here's my length, and it's 30 days. I'm looking to see if I do 10 days, does it change the story? Probably here. And it's still the same story for me. My default is 30 days. I leave it on 30 days. Um, and then you can definitely change this how you want it, right? You could do different models. You can do a histogram like this. This is your average. You could definitely do that. You have these little diamonds that people do. You could definitely do that. I just do a simple line. I don't try to overcomplicate it. I use my eye quickly to gauge. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that this here has a lot more volume than this 6 weeks here. Is there spikes in volume? Yes. But then I would ask you, if there are spikes in volumes, where are the spikes? And when you analyze your charts, it's not a bad habit to, so this one occurred there, right? You can take a spike like this one. Also happens here, similar spot. So this candle here actually looked like a sell-off candle coming, didn't it? This looked pretty good for a sell-off. Then you see they came back to something called a virgin POC. And they came very close to it, and now they obviously swept it here and cleaned it out. Any failures here, ultimately, they're going to be dancing in here. And then the last level they're going to be going for is this value low, which should be about 682, guarantee you. So now we know for, let's say this week, we're in a wide and set to range. You want to fade the edges. Whenever you see something like this, and somebody nailed it, right? It was who said that, but prior 2 weeks or here, we're trying to get in. They said nope. Now they're closed on Friday, pretty high, close to that value. So now they have a chance to basically try one more time. And if they fail, that's a problem. It's going to be a big problem. And I would maybe just put this POC here, or what the POC is. Look for a rejection here tomorrow. It just depends how we open, right? That's a different concept. So far, so good. What I'm explaining. So what's the other option? If this is a wide value area, what would be number 2 that you guys want to know? What about if it's narrow plus low volume? What does that mean?
Buyer exhaustion.
Lack of participation.
Lack of participation? I don't know if it's lack of buyers because it could be on the bottom. So is a break higher to be here or like they continue in this? In this one, you do not want to fade. You understand why? Does everybody understand why?
It's going to move fast.
It's gonna
As it goes
move
through the volume.
fast. Yeah, because there's no value. They agreed, right? When you have a tiny value, like let's say here, this is smallest one I would say out of the old ones that we had. They quickly can recover their whole value. They went from the bottom to the top, then somehow they disagreed. They gapped down. I mean, literally in one day, just smashed through it. Whenever you have a base or value that's tiny and really compressed, there's a very high chance you're going to tip over one way or another, even if the volume is low. It's just that there's no two-sided activity to defend that. Okay, that makes sense. But what would be the difference? Let me give you between this one and the one above. I would say this is compressing, correct? Would you fade this breakout? Would you guys fade this? If I tell you that in this box, let's say if we stay in this box tomorrow and the rest of the week, we stay here for 7 days and volume is going to pick up and be above. So let's say the volume is going to be above 5 million shares during that window. What would you guys make out of option 3?
Value was
Start to
accepted.
expect a breakout.
Okay, so you do not have participation, right? But the values. So it could be a couple of other time frame players compressing the price action, and when that break happens, you should not fade narrow and high volume. It's the deadliest thing you will do in your trading career, because those typically are called what by retail?
Squeeze.
You squeeze them, and you do not want to short this or whatever the direction is going, right? When this happens, this has an opportunity to run. Does that make sense? And
But
that
it's not as certain, right? Like it would be.
this one has higher certainty than that number 2.
Oh,
That
so it
makes
does.
sense.
Okay. Okay.
Because you have volume
Because of the pickup in volume.
exactly. Because when you don't have volume, think about the orders, right? If you're doing this up move with no volume, all you really need is some order, like an iceberg order sitting here, let's say with a large bid on the right. I'm sorry, on the ask. And if you come there, you get hit, and all these market buys get absorbed. That's a simple absorption, and then you're basically going to get, because you don't have a much volume to buy, really good chance that you're going to revert compared to number 3. What's number 4? What do you guys think number 4 is?
A shorty question on number 3.
Mhm.
So we know that it is going to squeeze, but uh, what confirms the direction? It can
You do
be
not. You go over the
always up.
direction, and you go over the direction. You don't. Obviously, you don't predict the direction. If it breaks out
Mhm.
higher, then you're looking for opportunities to get in long. I
Oh, I
don't
see.
buy
Okay.
breakouts ever. Rarely do I buy the first breakout. Probably maybe once in 200 trades.
Okay. Okay. Because the direction will not be known
You will
until
not know
like.
direction. You will know other pieces of information, right? And you can gauge it, right? Let's say you're consolidating and they do a little spring action like they did on NWL. That gives us a confirmation that that was a trap to get the shares cheaper, clean up the liquidity, and then you can target the opposite side in a breakout most likely. But you can't gauge it based on just these two detailed pieces of information. What will be the fourth concept here? It'll be Y plus,
Wide and low.
and this is least favorite, right? This is, I would say, this is messy and typically that it's hard to achieve this. Why is it hard to achieve it?
You need volume to move the price.
Any volume to move the price, but this is typically awaiting data or news. In other words, you don't want to trust much here.
Is that what happened those couple days where it was massive IB and I kind of thought, like you were telling us that it would be difficult to break because generally it does. But those other days it was just like broke and it kept on going and it kept on going. Is that what it was doing? Waiting for
That's
news?
it was waiting for news, and it basically converts that two-sided activity to a conviction. But it's really rare to get those IBs to extend when you have this wide and low volume. Because if it's wide and low volume, that typically wide means that you have participation. You have other time frame players. You have two-sided activity. People are finding value buying and selling. When it's wide and low volume, it just doesn't make sense. It contradicts itself. It's like how did you explore so many levels if there's no participation? That tells you
Yeah,
that they're sweeping with liquidities. They're doing a lot of, I call it manipulation and price and discovery, and then people get probably irritated a little bit the way it's moving. These are really really hard days to trade for me at least, and I'm just telling you my view on it.
agreed.
Okay. Does this help a little bit?
Yeah, it helps me.
Okay. So the most important concept, when you look at it, when I look at this, let's say for tomorrow, look at ES. Short. So for me, I start multiple sessions, right? I mean, I always start. I would say I would look at the monthlies, right? And when I look at the monthlies here, it's pretty clear, right, what they're trying to do here. So here's your, May value area low, and I think we've had these levels. I would say pretty well marked up. And then you have April, and I think we haven't achieved this one yet. I think it was very close. But now when you look at this on the monthly, so far we're what? Are we framing up, down?
Holiday.
So we have a higher high and
Oh, higher low.
well, candle standpoint, you have higher high and higher low. From value, you have a higher high and higher low, which means you're still what?
Uptrend.
Uptrend.
No, you're still
Framing up.
trending. Yeah, you're trending higher up. Your value is still showing, that you're going there, but it's slowing down. The auction is slowing down a bit, right? So I would definitely pay attention to this on the monthlies, right? Because once we lose the 730.50, that's gonna change the behavior of this market on the monthly time frames. Because they're gonna say, well, we don't agree with this, and then of course maybe we'll be done with the June. We'll have this piece, right, where it can take 2 months unless we run up here soon. We'll have 2 months worth of data that we can then use to make decisions. Okay? So that'll be important. My first step is analyze this. As long as you're trading inside this value here from prior, never current, this tells me that you're accepting this price for right now. And since you're at the higher levels, as long as you're inside here, is that bullish or bearish?
Bullish.
Yep, bullish. In this case, higher highs and you made higher high and higher low, you're consolidating. So fairly important, and if you add the POCs here, you're above the POC now. The odds are in the favor of the bulls. They were going to run to about 7530. Very good chance we're going to go there. So monthly is still trending higher, right? No change there. On the weekly, as we discussed, then switch to weekly, and I'm like, okay, well, what's going on here? I typically don't like these candles on daily, and I'm looking at this. So we already covered it, right? So we had a shift, right? And if you guys go on ETH, it looks a little bit cleaner. So here's your shift, right? That's happening there. Sure, weekly. So here's your shift. I mean, you had a massive getaway, like almost like, we can't agree on this value here, and they shifted it down. They came back here, and they came back right into that. I think we talked about this balance before quite a bit. They brought it back inside this balance right here on the bottom of it, right? And you'll see now when you draw this POC here, where are we trading relative to the POC? We're slightly above it. The odds that we're going to run to here tonight when we open, I will give you guys a bet that we're going to be right here at open. Anyone want to take it? I'm giving you 80 points leverage.
You mean run there or we'll get open?
We're gonna
like open
we're
the
gonna
gap?
open here. Now we're gonna
Okay.
this area, maybe 5-10 points in the area. Because then it
Would you
sets up
say
Decision there.
Monday sets up a really crazy day.
would you say that's a good short, like for a pullback if it reaches there?
Well, if they open here and they lose it during cash, that's an easy short. That's one of those where you maybe even buy an SPX put like far away and you just let it relax and make money. But if they open, so there's different types of opens, right? And relative to the day prior, this is weak. But I look at it, right? Of course, I look at it on a weekly time frame. I make sure that I understand where's the value area high. In this case, ES value area high sitting right here. I typically mark these, right? This is my low. It's important. I don't mark these levels just so I have them as levels. Like, oh yeah, I mean, I know where the prior week value. So here's my prior week value low. This tells me, tomorrow, so I don't keep all these profiles on my chart. If we open above and lose it, in my head, immediately signals we did not accept this price higher from prior week. Does it happen immediately on Monday morning at 9:30? No. The full week has 5 days, so they have opportunity to do that. But I pay attention to this level not because of the marking, but it tells me the value. It tells me the placement, the shifts. So if they open above it tomorrow, what are they trying to do with value?
Shift higher.
Yeah, they're trying to shift higher. And then if they got up there and they lose it and they lose this value area high, that sets up a really, really good spot for a short. Does that make sense? And then the same thing I do I would say on a daily, right? We can hide this guy. Turn this guy on. Turn this. I typically go in 30 minutes. And from profile standpoint, what type of day did we have on Friday?
E-shape.
E-shape, which means what? P-shape usually means a little bit of a short cover rally, right? So this is bullish, right? Bullish to neutral. POC and value area high are really compressed, right? So this profile would have been more bullish. How?
We close above value area high.
Or
Taken out the previous week, like did not get rejected from previous week value area.
no, just focus on this profile. Don't worry about week. What would have made this profile extremely bullish more so than it is now?
Didn't have that bigger distribution of the value area low.
Not have any access up top.
Have any access on top? What about if this value area high, the yellow one was right here?
Oh yes, yeah.
Why?
Why would that?
Why would that?
Yeah. So why would that matter if the value area high stays at the top?
I mean, they're knocking on it.
Oh, because
Explain
it's
it
not.
logically. Explain it logically so
Because it's
people
lower
can.
than previous week and makes more
Don't worry
sense for it
about
to
week.
be.
Look at only a daily and explain it to yourself. Why is it if the current day or prior day value was at the high at one point, and that value area high shifted lower. What's that telling you?
They auctioned down the price, the value window shrunk.
Okay.
You have a
Does
contraction.
everybody understand what he's saying? He's right. I just want to make sure everybody understands it.
No, they don't.
Okay. It can be a confusing concept, but it's right.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to try again to explain to him?
Sorry, man, I had a taco in my mouth.
I can do it.
You caught me eating. You must have been a waiter at one point in your life. How's the food? Yeah, so what I've noticed is when that VAH shifts down, it's it's kind of compacting the value area overall. Um, and so like when you look at that yellow, I guess you have yellow as your value area high. You know, they kept getting rejected there, and so the whole value just kind of, you see how it's almost at the POC.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that looks to me like if you had an oscillator, it looks like it's probably coiling up, but it wasn't. But they're rejecting the higher value, so I don't know. I mean, with the news and
Are
everything,
you
it may
saying like
shoot up.
it's buyer exhaustion?
Could be. Yeah, that's definitely one of them. So let's
The
just
value area high
let's
is
see
almost
if I can
equivalent
give
to
you
the
some.
POC.
Let me
Help
give
me,
you the
shorty. Help me.
positives, and if the other one doesn't, right? So if value is shifting lower from initial high price, so if value area high was a 74.60, and into the close it shifts to 7.4, call it 36ish. Let's just say that. Right? That's where it's at right now. Think about this. At one point, price was being accepted at this point, right? Because price auctioned to it. But if the price was higher earlier, that means the higher prices got rejected.
So basically, there's someone or some bodies that doesn't want the price to be higher than that,
Yeah.
ideally.
So exactly, the late sellers basically won the auction. They won the auction for that time frame, whatever that happened. And typically, this is not 100%. Typical behavior here is you have a poor high. And do you have a poor high here?
No,
Yes, you do.
Yep.
you do.
Yeah, poor high.
Oh, okay.
And volume profile is definitely a poor high.
You mean for that day only?
Yeah, for this day only.
Oh, okay.
And what else
I was
can
looking.
you get out from this detail? When this happens, and this POC being very close to this value area high, and the node being there and they're above it, right at this is typically bullish neutral type of a day close, right? It doesn't look like a clean P shape, does it?
No.
Okay. But if this POC, let's say that this PO or this value was up here and this POC stayed here and we closed below the POC, what would be a read then? Value area high stayed up, POC here, and we are here at the close. What is that telling you? Is that bullish or bearish?
Bearish.
Be more bearish. Be more bearish, and most likely, I would say, most likely with probably 80% certainty that the next day you're going to have a weaker session. And typically, what that would mean is that similar in this scenario right now, right, is the move higher failed. and the value is collapsing towards the lower end, basically you could have a bearish, they call it a bearish carryover for the next day. And if you close where we did right now between POC and value area high, which is a few pennies away, that's your line in the sand for tomorrow, right? So I think if they, tomorrow if they're able to clean this up quickly, and that's why I said tomorrow's open is going to be crucial. Let's say they, open above this tomorrow, and they give you a retest here. Most likely you can catch 740.60, and then you will have this LVN in target here if we open in this range, but I think they're going to open higher. Does that help?
Yes, Shorty.
That you're speaking of only during RTH, right? Like Asia
Yeah,
or London.
yeah,
It doesn't matter in that sense, or
that's correct.
okay.
Hey, Shorty,
Mhm.
at any level, like what do you look for acceptance or rejection?
So typically, right? I mean, if I'm on in terms of prior day, right? It depends on what time frame you're looking or analyzing, whatever you're analyzing, equities or futures. For instance, here, let's focus on these 2 days between this day here and this day here, because this one's pretty interesting. Right? So here you closed. This was your day value, then you closed way below it, right? And the value area low did not shift with this sell-off lower, correct?
Yes, it did not.
So that's something I would note immediately. And then your low for prior day is sitting here. This is your prior day low. And then I know that this value here is going to be somewhat important point, just because this was a liquidation profile here. We had some single prints at one point. And then they sold off, they went below it, and they offered a bounce. And then they had some liquidity here that they wanted to grab. And now you have a little bit of details here. Well, how I would play this, right, and what that means in terms of acceptance. Was this price accepted lower here into the close? Yes. This price was accepted here. And then when you look at this, I would say overnight session, and what they did is they brought it back where? Well, they brought it back inside the value. They brought it
Mhm.
back and they spent 30 minutes inside of it here. They went above the POC here. Then they rejected, and then they came back to this POC. And then when the cash session started here, they were still below it. So here somewhere, you see that they're still basically arguing that price should be lower. They came back very close to the PDL, to the value area low. You're still accepting 30 minutes candles. 2 30-minute candles close above a key level is your acceptance into that area. On PD, on prior day analysis. Does that make sense? So here you're accepting these prices, but then you also, overnight you accepted them back. You went above the POC, you rejected them. You're still finding acceptance here during cash session lower. And then ultimately this candle here, look at these 30-minute candles. You basically find out that you're accepted once you reach the value area high of that candle, of that period for that day. So you need 30-minute candles to show you the way on a prior day basis.
Okay.
And this here, the fact that they did not make lower lows here was somewhat of a clue here that they're not willing to go lower.
It's a buy side imbalance, I would think, right? Because of the
Yep. Exactly.
reaction.
Yep. Because this was an access low here. Your access low was up to here somewhere. And
Yeah.
they came back multiple times and hit that.
Shorty, do you use the 4-hour?
I use 4 hours, yeah. But
Could
not on the
you
daily candles. Not on daily
could you
profile.
explain a little bit of like how what you do with it? Because recently I started using the 4-hour and it helped me come back pretty aggressively. To be honest, on my account, I wasn't doing so great. But using the 4 hour, like I'm starting to get it a little more, but I'm pretty sure people could benefit from it.
I mean, when I'm gauging the market, right, I look at different time frames. Like we just went from weekly on 65 minutes. 65 minutes splits the day into even number of candles, right? That's why I use it for the day itself. So if you go on RTH, there's no weird half cutoff candles. And you can see here from 9:30 till 4, it's basically just this number of candles that you would have 7 candles being stuck. If you go on 8 hours, right, you can definitely do that as well. For me, when I do the analysis, I always start, I look at the day, right? How's the day started? You can look at, 4 hours, which splits that in half. But I start off with the daily, then I'll look at the 8 hours just so I can kind of gauge what do we do in the 8 hours for the day and exclude some of the stuff that we're seeing, in ETH. 4 hours is pretty powerful as well. And 4 hours typically you can use, it's almost like your half day assessment, at least how you can think about it, because you have 2 candles in there and you can kind of gauge, okay, well, first half of the day, second half of the day, and how do you react with those candles. And here you will see, for instance, you have say a pin bar on the 4 hours, and now they really want to crack that 7460 so they can proceed higher from here from the analysis, right? And then when you combine it on a daily, then you have access on top, access on the bottom. Who's in control? You have some of them trying to auction higher here. You have a full body candle pickup, bullish engulfing. So you use those higher time frames to tell you what other time frame participants and what is the range that you're having, right? When people trade on 1 minute candles, I mean, it's probably a lot of
Crazy.
false positives, and I don't know how you guys do it. I don't typically look at much below 5 or 3 minutes. If price action is shit and I have to go to 3 minutes, I'll do it. But typically I'm on 5 minutes, right? I'll look at it in 5 minutes, and that's how I trade it as well. The smaller time frames you go, the more problems you're gonna have, basically staying in trades.
Agreed.
And
Yeah.
then on Ashi candles, honestly, they can probably help a lot of you guys that are, I would say, too scared to lose money. So I would say maybe try Ashi candles. You might not see the cleanest price action, but this here, would be like here looks pretty good for me. Right? They're consolidating. This is compressed with low volume, low value on Friday. So if you guys remember, what do we say about low volume and low value area or narrow? There's a chance of a breakout.
Time frame participant.
Yeah, there's a very high chance that they can break out of this, guys. And you don't want to fade too much on this, right? Volume's crap. They can kind of keep the grind up, and if they really wanted it, here's your called naked POC, right? This is your virgin POC, and you can go from there. Does that make sense? So you can
Yeah.
definitely switch to Ashi's candles. They might help.
So on a day like that, you think wait for a spot where you can trade with a trend, more likely going to be successful.
Oh yeah, 100%. You don't want to fade when something like this happens because they can push. Remember, there's 2 variations: narrow low volume, narrow high volume. This would be narrow low volume. You still don't want to fade it. You go over the breakout, they break out, wait for retest, and then go long.
Could set up for an 80 rule on that because as narrow as that
Easy,
value is.
easy, 80%. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for, but it just matters where we open.
80 to the downside, you mean?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And take a look at, for instance, this one. This one is fucking good. Like, I'm sorry, excuse my language, but this is just too beautiful not to call it out. Look at this value area high. They broke out of it, right? They went until 6 p.m. and put in some higher highs. And then what did they do tomorrow? Like, this is just too
The previous
clean.
day.
You come back to the value area high, and they said, no, you want higher prices. So most likely you're gonna go overnight. You're gonna be going to that target, and they came there, they struggled, they dipped back below, um, and then they proceeded to put in higher highs on Friday as well. Pretty good chance they're gonna try to rush it. Those LVNs that we identified.
Yeah, I went long that day at 76, but I gave it back at like I think it was 98. I was like, all right, I think I'm happy with that. And yeah, I should have held.
Well, I mean, 76 to 98, 20, what, 2
It's
points?
great. Yeah, I know.
If you do 5 days times 20, 110 points a week, $50 a point, man.
Yeah,
Pretty good
that's nothing
living.
to be scoffing at. You know?
Yep, that's very good living, right? I mean, you just have to be humble about it. And I think a lot of traders and a lot of people, and I've helped some of you guys go from negative to positive and your trading. It really becomes mental, understanding the story and looking and taking that action where it's unbiased reaction. You're not trying to predict this. You're trying to react to your knowledge. And for instance, now, I mean, just when I look at this, honestly, it probably takes me 4 minutes to analyze this. Any trading inside this here, I'm gonna avoid. Right? I don't want to trade inside this crap right here. This zone here, I don't trade. You crack this zone here, I'll be all in short. I'm gonna drive this short. Because this here bullshit that they did after hours ETH, that was just trying to get inside this value here. And if you look now, this is where eventually they want to go, and I think you called it out, right? The penthouse. If they can crack this here, man, don't short anything. They're gonna have Ivanka Trump will be the president, or some news will pop out. This is gonna run. But for right now, they're really, really trying their best to get the price because there's no support below, guys. I'm telling you, there's zero support from here to here. There's nothing holding it. So they'll auction lower, and I think 71634 will be here sooner than later.
Hey, Shwati, when you say break the zone, do you look for like two 30-minute candle or like
I mean, think
3-minute
about this. I
candles
mean,
or something like that?
if I'm looking to see if the price is going to be accepted or rejected for data from May 5th, I need a little bit more confirmation, right? I would want at least 30-minute candles here to show me, are we finding acceptance or not? And here you came back to the prior all-time high, right? And you found some legs and you're running, but ultimately you're going to come back to where the volume is, where the traders were. This right here is an LVM protection. They caught a bounce, but eventually they're gonna come here. And I don't know when. I'm just gonna react to it when they give me a sign, like maybe a sign that they open above here and lose this. That'll be the sign. And 30 minutes fair.
Okay, so one 30-minute candle to close
I would say
that
two 30
red
minute
zone.
candles on this, right? I would want them here, and then I would look
Mhm.
for some spy puts and probably drive.
Okay, see, thank you.
Yep. I did put a new PDF guide for you guys. It's almost like my little story of everything that I've been talking. I put it, and I think it's 17 pages long. It's like a mini book. I'll share with you guys so you can read it, and they'll cover. Has a pretty decent agenda for you guys to read almost at night. I'll have the foundations of volume profile, what it does. We'll talk about briefly about anatomy of a profile. If you're new and people tell you, bell curve and 68%, you might be more distracted than understanding what that is, right? Some people didn't like math in school, and that's fine. I cover profile types and time frames because that's very, very important, guys, to understand profile types. There's only a handful of them, and you can almost remember them to it should be literally if somebody calls you in the middle of the night, you should tell them the profile types. And then for me, what I pay attention to a lot is the type of open you have and like where are you opening in relationship to a day. Does everybody feel comfortable with that?
Kind of.
Touch that. Talk about that. So opening and where you're opening in relationship to prior day or prior week, prior month, depends what you're after. If you're after for a swing short, should you be using prior day? Probably not. If you're, other time frame participant and you're watching what we just did on the monthly time frame, let's go and SPY for a moment because SPY has some setups coming up. Let's switch to monthly, right? So here's our SPY. We're gonna switch to. So if you look at this right now, the odds that we're gonna go here on SPY right now to about 750, I would say, are pretty fucking high. Like very, very good chances we're gonna go high. So when June ends, right, and where we open July in relationship to this profile is going to be important, and you could definitely use that, I would say, for potentially, building out your hedges or building out maybe if you trade options, for a living, you could definitely do that, right, and build it out. But monthlies, you use it for swings. Weekly, shorter term swings, maybe 4 to 6 weeks. Monthlies, probably 3 to 6 months, and then you can definitely change these, right, to be quarterlies, 3 months, 1 quarter, and now you see a picture right here as well, right? Pretty clean picture. You will also do a lot of traders that I know and that are professional. You can take a look at the half years, right? You have H1 and H2. So here's your H1, right, and it's almost done. So that'll be your June, right? Once June ends, there'll be H1 and they'll conclude it. And something interesting that's between here on these two profiles on SPY, it's very telling, is what should raise concerns for all the bulls.
The POC shifted up.
POC shifted up, right? But what didn't really shift up?
The value area
Value
low.
area low.
Yeah, so this whole thing that they have here, and it didn't shift because we spent time, but we didn't spend
Volume.
There's no
volume.
volume.
Oh yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they rose all that up on low volume. Look at that. It's below the average. Yeah.
exactly. So now we have, remember we talked about the directional performance? There's a problem here.
Wow, that's a 6-month profile you're showing us?
That's correct. I like 6 month profiles, and I typically will do my analysis on 6 months on the stock before I buy it.
Wow, look at that. The value area high that's crazy.
And this is a concern. This should be, anytime you see this, it should. Sometimes I'm like, oh crap. Like I literally will stop whatever I'm doing. If I'm in with my wife or kids, I'm like, oh shit. If I find a stock that does this, I'm like, okay, well, you want the value to chase the price, but is this value chasing this price?
Definitely not.
No, not really. I mean, you're telling me this little crap here maybe works out, but it's not something that I get excited about. Like, let me go buy this. So right now, what's happening is that you have these mini distributions, as we talked about, right? You have one like right here with the LVN. Then you have some, with these, and I know Cap where probably your problem is. You see these smaller LVNs like this. I wouldn't treat this as distributions as one. I would treat these as major two distributions, find a split, because they'll be very noisy in between. If I was to mark up every single one of these LVNs, there's no volume. When you think about math and distributions on the bell curve, right? This is where 68% of our volume is. right here.
Yeah.
And I would say majority of that volume happened here
Yeah.
in the top quadrant. And here's the homework that I want you guys to think about for later. If 68% of the volume and majority happened at the top of the prior half year or 2025 H2, and from there you auctioned lower, and ever since then you only had a handful of days that were above average as you climbed higher. What does that tell you?
Exhaustion.
The exhaustion tells you it's BS, right?
Yeah.
Where they're going, and this grind is looking a little trappy.
Wow. Such good info.
So I'll be very, very careful here. If your friends and family start talking about stocks, which they will start very soon, when you go to, like, let's say Thanksgiving dinner in November, and they're like, "Man, this is great. Trump got us to all-time highs." Be the one in the room just to kind of give them a warning signal, because it should be a warning signal. At least it would be for me and my family.
Kind of already started with SpaceX. Feels like that's like, I guess, one of the beginning catalysts in a way.
Well, it always starts with some BS like that. I mean, I think there was another company, if you guys remember this one. Wasn't it this one? This one. You guys remember? Well, we talked about it not too long ago when it went up here that it was going to crater the bottom. But this stock at one point, when we were running up, this thing went ballistic. Like, I mean, look at this. I mean, what in the world is this? Like, why is this trading high? Now you have, is it public, the SpaceX?
SPCX.
So this is it?
Yeah,
Yep.
and on the NASDAQ.
NASDAQ. Yep.
Yeah.
He started trading on Friday.
Yep.
When do the options become available for IPOs?
Probably 2 to 4 weeks.
I so want to short this.
Just on Friday close. Everything you guys learned today, what's most likely going to happen to this on Monday?
We're going to be talking
Take a
about
bet.
buying it at 80.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a 150 probably at open. Then it's gonna start its way somewhere around there. We don't have obviously enough information, but I think the IPO, the JPM, because I think JPM did the underwriting, or maybe it was Morgan Stanley. I think it was JPM. $135 for 80% of the revenue being tied to government. Yeah. It's just funny how, I'm not trying to be political, but how rich somehow get socialism with tax money, but the poor get capitalism with their own money. Go ahead and tell governor, you lost a job and you're struggling to pay for a house, and see what happens. Oh no, don't talk about it. We don't want socialism in America. We want the socialism for the rich and capitalism. But same concept here.
He doesn't generate any revenue.
No, this is a money laundering scheme here.
Yeah,
I know this is this is Shorty's theory. I think Trump and few CEOs are going to try to pay off the debt through Intel and other stocks that they acquired. And you guys can prove me wrong. I think they're
that's
going to
pretty
try
much
to
it.
erase US debt through stock market manipulation.
Just look
No,
at Dell.
no.
This is the first time in the history of America that we're seeing stuff like this, right?
I've never seen anything like this, man. I've been trading what?
It went up to $400 a week after Trump
You guys know
said.
when I bought this stock, it was on our stock scan. I bought this. I had it like 80s, 70s, and then I was like, man, it hit 160, so I was like, I'm out. And God almighty, it hit $500 just because our president said it's a buy. Their model really didn't change yet. And then you have, remember HPQ came up on a few scans at $19 and $15. We said not a bad ad. This has a potential to run again. So think about it. They buy these stocks, and I'm telling you, it's highly doable. If you take pen and paper and you figure out how many times they have to do this, just think about it, right? Dell, they bought, let's say Dell at 80, and they bought, I don't know, $10 billion. And then it goes, they got that many shares. Now the math is not that bad, right? So this stock, so now this stock went to 500. I mean, think about the money that these people just made. And now you do this, say you do this on 50 stocks. You guys see what happens? Just on 50 stocks. That's $3 trillion. Our debt's about what? 36. So all they have to do here is make this on 250 times and repeat it. And now you just cut half of the debt. Or you just make them like S and DK and you make them run not necessarily from here to here, but you run at 1500 and look at the debt now. Oh, you're surplus now. Now you don't need that many. You can just do it with 200 stocks. You don't think they can do this with 200 stocks? You're crazy. They can 100% do this with 200 stocks. And they will do it. And USAR, I think this one is going to be next that runs. And I have a really good average on this. So he can fucking run all he wants. I hope he takes it off next levels.
Take a look at VYX. It's the same thing. One of the congresspersons.
VYX?
Correct. Is the NCR's parent company now.
Oh.
The congressperson just bought it. He made
Who bought
boatload
it?
of money. One of the congressperson, I forget his name. He's from California. He did the same thing with SanDisk and made boatload of money. So he just bought this one.
This is a dying company, by the way.
Yeah, it's the cash register company.
Done. But I mean, that's how they do it. I mean, think about it. You buy a 6 and it goes 32, dude. That's 6 times the money. And they buy billions. I think that's their approach. At least the more I'm reading into it, to me, it makes more sense that they're doing this. So I'll share my PDF that covers that, but let me just kind of touch base on the opening where we were headed. On the monthlies, you look at the opening, but then more importantly, day to day, I really use, where are we opening in relationship to prior day? So if you think about this, right, there's only 4 pieces of information you need. The high, here's your low, it should be a range high and range low. Right here. It helps to have these saved. And here's your value. Here's this one. Pretty important here. So look at the value versus the range. So there's only 4 opening types that I would care for tomorrow, right? Are you opening above the PD value area high? If you are, what does that tell you guys? If I open above here, if I open above PD value area high, but not above PDH, is that the most bullish setup you would have?
Semi-bullish.
I'll have to see where
Semi-bullish.
they auction, right? Do they break below and then pop back up? And
Yeah, that's important. But if you're just the fact that you're opening above PD value area high, but below PDH is not the most bullish open you're having. Most bullish open would be that you open above PDH, and then we use PDH as a bouncing pad, right, for longs. If you lose it, that's a really bad setup for bulls, right? So this would be opening inside if you're inside PD and between PDH. That's semi-bullish, and typically those 80% rules can play out really nicely out of there. It's not my most favorite day because the conviction of the bulls in that case is not the highest. The highest one would be here, open above, and go from there. If they open inside the range, let's say they open tomorrow here, which what are the odds that they're going to do this tomorrow? I say low. Do you guys know why? Anyone?
Is the block being close to value area high?
How wide is the value? Compared to prior days, how wide is this value that we have?
Very
And
small.
small.
So the odds of you opening in a tighter and narrower value area, just from logistics standpoint, is pretty minimal. But also, it sets you up whenever you have this for reversals, like kind of look above and fails, because I think you called it right. Odds that you can see this play out tomorrow, 80%, you open above and then you fail to hold, are quick, right? And you might not get an opportunity. You might have to take, if you want to short this, it's going to be quick and you might not be able to catch it if that happens. So, so far, I would say you had one is open about open above, let's call it below the value within the range. This is where a lot of traps happen. Another one is opening above, below range, and then opening within PD value, right? And each one of these would have what? If you open within PD value, what can happen? Price can do what?
Flush through.
It can accept or reject it, right? Inside this value. The narrower the value, the most likely that it's gonna destroy the value and tip over one way or another. And typically you want to go with the direction, right? Don't fade that. Don't fade these. Opening on above or below range, what I typically do in these scenarios is the PDH and the PDL become the key zones, right? Let's say we open above where the green dot is. You open here. Well, you want to use this PDH as a crucial kind of line in the same level. When they open above it, you want them to come here, and that's typically a long. And then you can find some spots maybe to be, protected on the short side, like a stop loss here. But you want to find something where you can hide behind, like a high volume node right below an LVN, and look for opportunities to long, right? But once they lose this, and let's say on a day like this where the range is about $10 for the whole day, if they're to lose this, right, look for, you could do 2 15-minute candles, close below this PDH, and look for opportunity to short. And I would look for a short all the way to PDL because this value here is bullshit and it's not going to hold it because it's narrow. And most likely it's going to reverse and hit the 80% rule and then maybe even lower, right? Potentially, I would say very high chance you would. The opening type and whether price gets accepted or rejected in that area plays a big role for day to day. Same thing happens on the weekly, and same thing happens on the monthly. Just what type of player you are, right? Other time frame, mid, short range, weekly, or day to day. I would say is your daily SVP profile. Does that
Shorty,
make sense?
I have a question real quick.
Mhm.
On a P shape or B shape, are we typically expecting the narrow ranges like that? Because it's
No, not
on the other.
necessarily.
Okay.
No, not necessarily. No, this one is just a I don't know if this is a P shape. I wouldn't necessarily call this a P shape profile.
Because that distribution kind of below.
Yeah, you have this, access on top, and then it's not really clean. And if you go on TPO here, it's going,
Mm-hmm.
oh, does this look like a clean P shape?
I would lean more D almost.
So you have access in this period, and then just kind of go through, right? Look at this. So you have, kind of like a poor high between A and B, a little bit of access in A. So there was conviction that it was going to go higher. And then you have C period that was really confusing. You typically, C period breaks the initial balance set and causes extension. And then they failed, right? And then, this was your pretty much a good short level right here below the D. You set up higher high. If you see the poor high being set up, and then you went lower, and you spent some time here, but you never really went and challenged any of the highs. So it's clearly they rejected it right here. So for me, this is for the 2 days here. You built a value here, then you built a value all the way up to here. So if you can't hold this, most likely you're going about 736. Just looking at basics here. So the value is trying to shift higher, but it's struggling to hold it, and they have a little bit of exhaustion on the top in this case. So it doesn't look like a clean, I would say, P shape to me here. And this value is fairly tight.
Shorty, we carrying over the spike.
Yeah, I would say yes.
I think that's one of the toughest things is the progressions of, we use volume profile versus the TPO. And I know sometimes like, you do a watch list for us and we're only looking at TPO. And then sometimes your levels will come from volume. I
Well,
think
I'll always look at them both. I
right.
don't think that because I'm showing you one, I don't look at every
No,
one
I
of
know
them.
you're looking at them right, but I guess some of them,
And they
like
will
our
tell
levels
you
that week
very
come.
similar information. Look
Mhm.
there. There's not a level here that would change based on volume profile or this one. The only one that's different is maybe here a little bit. And just make sure that your settings are also correct. Sessions, volume, this one is good. So here
When
you
they
have,
check out, we like that
yeah.
volume but when they don't,
I would typically on MGI or market generated information like TPO because it's cleaner levels. I don't have to guess where it is. It tells me where it is.
okay.
So for instance, this day here, this is a very important day. I think we talked about this level quite a bit. On ES, if you remember those when we covered cap, we talked about the distributions and the noise and the single prints on this day. I don't know if you guys remember. We covered this one pretty well. On ES at least we did. Remember we talked about that, there was a distribution here. You had some entry was here on the single prints, and then, right below here, you had a little bit of noise down as a distribution. You had 1, 2, and a third distribution on the bottom. You're looking at it and just pay attention how well are they holding on to it. So this is our first one right here. Then you have another one right there. And then the bottom distribution is here. So now they're trying to get inside this one here, which would be all the way up to here. So if they get in, they can go up to here, and then that's where the big test would be, right here. I use market profile or TPO if I can conclude anything from TPO itself. When you have hard cutoffs on volume profiles, that typically signals poor high, poor lows. Like here, I wouldn't be able to distinguish that on volume profile. I can clearly see it on TPO. So I use them, honestly, I would say 50-50 because volume and time, I discriminate between the two. You need them both. So now for let's say for tomorrow, you look at this and you switch So here's this now in the weekly profile, TPO.
Then you would bring
And,
volume up there to see some nodes.
and then I would do this, and I would just shift it to one here. Make sure it's on the right. And look, it's identical levels. Very identical levels. The only thing that I know here from this TPO is the axis. This would be your unfair high on the weekly. And then you see the value areas are close. I don't care for that too much.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see that, majority, I would say, there's a big chunk of volume and time spent here also on the bottom. Like this node here and this node. So they honestly could have made this more in a double distro here. But you see that on volume, the 740 has something that you don't see on TPO. Like right here. You don't see that on TPO. It looks pretty clean on TPO, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you lose this level, the odds are going to go to about 730 are pretty damn high. Probably much more than 80%. So right now they're trying to shift it higher. And then see here as well. See this profile. This one. And now you can see something fairly clean, right? You see that there's a distribution here that we didn't like the price and came back. We came back again and then we liked the price higher. Right? This seemed like a little trappy here. So from these highs that were sitting here, so right now, if they're able to, let's say, go above 750, I'm pretty good chance that they're going to go auction in terms of value. You clean this zone and you're in for all-time highs. You're going to make new all-time highs, and then you can use some pips to figure out the rest. But right now, this is where they had trouble before. And this tiny little area is where the market had lots of trouble. And it comes down to all the way to that unfair high of current week, which matches, you see where it falls off with the ledge here. Down. So this zone here is where they're going to try to trade to build value so they can try to get inside this mini zone to go higher, but that's been problematic before. You can definitely use both. I use both because I can't tell that, this LVN not visible on TPO. Like if you're to combine, they look at this LVN here on volume profile. They match perfectly here. And then you see here, this profile here just looks like they're rejecting pretty much this lower value. And then I don't see a liquidating profile necessarily here. This just seemed like a pretty good bull trap. P-shape made higher highs compared to the prior week here. And then you basically died from that spot and dropped. So now if they can't get in here in this unfair high and clean it up, if they do, they're going to get 750. If they don't, 740, can't hold 740, you're going to 730. And then you can see, zoom out a little, you'll be able to kind of make some decisions. Value area low of this week, which is your breakout week, right? You had a consolidation, I would say, probably up till here. Somewhere here, you're consolidating for some time. I'm not including the rest of it here just because there was some gaps. You're consolidating, you came back, and you're going higher. So this was like a 2-week value here, and you could potentially combine this one with this one. You'll have a nice profile. You combine this one with this one, but it might shift your value here. Oh, it didn't do so bad. So you see majority of your value on this one is right here. That's the 2-week value. This is your imbalance profile. Whenever you have an imbalance profile, which should be this fella right here, pay attention to where the value area low of that one is. They will come back and test it 9 out of 10 times. They'll come back for it. And if this value was here, they would have gone to that level and tested it. Any imbalance profile of the value, like this one here, they're going to come back and test, and they did. So I'll at least keep an eye on these things. But don't get overwhelmed with TPO versus volume profile. One can tell you one thing, the other one can tell you something you don't see on the other one. I don't use them to conflict information. I use it to see if it's telling me any other information I don't see.
Gotcha. Appreciate that.
All right. Well, I think we'll stop here. I'll post this profile, kind of like a guide, like it's about 20 something pages total. Read through it, and then I think we can kind of elaborate more and go into any sections where you guys struggle, right? If you guys have issues with the basics, we can definitely cover that, right? If you have issues, I use opening types, but I just, I don't wait for the first 30 minutes to see, how's the opening type of the auction. But I put that in there as well, right? Put some examples, right, and how you do the triggers, the position sizing. I also added a little bit of that just for your RR, and then as well as the targets, how to trade at confluence points. Those are critical, as you guys see. And then I would say on each instrument that we typically trade, ES or NQ, I gave you guys some examples, right? Because futures trade pretty much around the clock besides, Saturday. So I gave you some of that, and then I gave you some suggestions on kind of what I do is I look at the trades. If I failed, let's say twice in a day, I typically don't trade the third time. Like those are just my decisions uh, and how I look at it, and then I put on a flow of how my day starts in terms of where did we open? Are we overlapping? Are we unchanged and balanced? And then I set up rules immediately, right? If I see how we are opening and if we are going above the value or below it, where I'm looking, my mindset shifts to, okay, well, you open above the value or PDH, you lost it, you're losing value or you're high, then my bias shifts immediately based on the levels and the reaction to those levels. So I put a flow of how that looks in a PDF. You guys can go through it, read it. Basically incorporated some of the volume profile from the PowerPoint that we use into a PDF, and you guys can actually load it up on your phone at night and just kind of go through it, read it like a book, and see if it makes sense and gives you guys many, help trading as well. And then if you're not clear on something, those are the feedbacks that I would appreciate because it can give me opportunity to, I would say, give you guys specific training to where the struggle is.
Sounds good. Where are you gonna post this at?
I'll post it under the same thing where I post the PowerPoint.
Okay, perfect.
Shorty, I have a question. I thought I heard earlier that you mentioned you're now just charting RTH just to make it simple for everyone. And okay, because I thought the rule was the SVP was RTH and then all the other levels were ETH, right? Or that's what some of the guys are doing.
The opposite. I was doing market profile was RTH, SVP were ETH. Meaning volume profile, I was doing collectively all sessions, and then TPO you don't want to care too much how much time you spent somewhere in ETH. It's not really relevant.
So
And
you're
now,
still doing it that way, right? Or
no,
no?
I do it on RTH, but I do look at the guys. I'll look at the price action on TPOs, and if I see single prints on ETH that are pretty extensive, I'm gonna take a look at it and mark them. Right, I'll know about them, but just for the simplicity, I'm on RTH because I think a lot of people are getting to use ETH, or I just use RTH now. I don't shift to mark levels. I use RTH.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, have a good day. Enjoy some World Cup. I think there's some good games coming up. I think Germany's on or coming on soon. Oh, they're on.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one, guys. Bye bye.
Thank you, Shorty.
Shorty, thank you.